We know that for the people who are most affected by the attacks and the conflict that's followed, time moves differently. Immediately before this, I met with the families of hostages being held in Gaza and with hostages who have been released. Several of those families I've now met multiple times. For them, every day, every hour, every minute that they're separated from their loved ones is an eternity. Time feels different for families in Gaza as well, hundreds of thousands of whom are experiencing acute food insecurity. For the mother or father trying to find something to feed a hungry child, the passage of another day without food is excruciating. Time also feels different for Israelis and Palestinians whose innocent loved ones have been killed. For them, time often falls into before and after. The after filled with a loss that most of us will never know and cannot fully imagine. And those are just a few examples of how heavy these 95 days have felt and continue to feel for the people most affected by this conflict. This immense human toll is one of the many reasons that we continue to stand with Israel in ensuring that October 7th can never happen again. It's also why we're intensely focused on bringing the remaining hostages home, addressing the humanitarian crisis, and strengthening protection for civilians in Gaza, and preventing the conflict from spreading. And it's the reason we're working urgently to forge a path to security in this region. We believe the submission against Israel to the International Court of Justice distracts the world from all of these important efforts. And moreover, the charge of genocide is meritless. It's particularly galling, given that those who are attacking Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, as well as their supporter Iran, continue to openly call for the annihilation of Israel and the mass murder of Jews. On this trip, I came to Israel after meeting with the leaders of Turkey, Greece, Jordan, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. All of those leaders share our concern about the spread of the conflict. All of them are committed to using their influence, using the ties that they have to prevent it from escalating, to deter new fronts from opening. In addition, all express grave concern about the dire humanitarian situation and the number of civilians killed in Gaza. We know that facing an enemy that embeds itself among civilians, who hides in and fires from schools, from hospitals, makes this incredibly challenging. But the daily toll on civilians in Gaza, particularly on children, is far too high. Important progress has been made in increasing the amount of aid getting into Gaza, including by opening Kerem Shalom. Nonetheless, 90% of Gaza's population continues to face acute food insecurity, according to the United Nations. For children, the effects of long periods without sufficient food can have lifelong consequences. As I underscored in our meetings today, more food, more water, more medicine, other essential goods need to get into Gaza, and then once they're in Gaza, they need to get more effectively to the people who need them. And Israel needs to do everything it can to remove any obstacles from crossings to other parts of Gaza, improving deconfliction procedures to ensure that the aid can move safely and securely is a critical part of that. The United Nations is playing an indispensable role in addressing the immense humanitarian needs in Gaza. There is simply no alternative. UN personnel and other aid workers in Gaza are demonstrating extraordinary courage by continuing to provide life-saving services in what are extremely challenging conditions. I spoke last night with the UN's new Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza, Sigrid Kaag, about all of these efforts that are underway. Now, Sigrid Kaag is someone I worked very closely with a few years ago when she led the UN mission that destroyed the Assad regime's chemical weapons in Syria. So I can say from experience, she has what it takes to get this job done. She has America's full support. She must have Israel's as well. Today, we also discussed the phased transition of Israel's military campaign in Gaza. We continue to offer our best advice for how Israel can achieve its essential goal of ensuring that October 7th can never be repeated. And we believe Israel has achieved significant progress toward this fundamental objective. As Israel's campaign moves to a lower intensity phase in northern Gaza, and as the IDF scales down its forces there, we agreed today on a plan for the UN to carry out an assessment mission. It will determine what needs to be done to allow displaced Palestinians to return safely to homes in the north. Now, this is not going to happen overnight. There are serious security, infrastructure, and humanitarian challenges. But the mission will start a process that evaluates these obstacles and how they can be overcome. In today's meetings, I was also crystal clear. Palestinian civilians must be able to return home as soon as conditions allow. They must not be pressed to leave Gaza. As I told the Prime Minister, the United States unequivocally rejects any proposals advocating for the resettlement of Palestinians outside of Gaza. And the Prime Minister reaffirmed to me today that this is not the policy of Israel's government. We also spoke about the tensions on Israel's northern border with Lebanon, where Hezbollah continues to launch daily rocket attacks on Israel. As I told the War Cabinet and other senior officials, the United States stands with Israel in ensuring its northern border is secure. We're fully committed to working with Israel to find a diplomatic solution that avoids escalation and allows families to return to their homes, to live securely in northern Israel and also in southern Lebanon. Finally, we continue to discuss how to build a more durable peace and security for Israel within the region. As I told the Prime Minister, every partner that I met on this trip said that they're ready to support a lasting solution that ends the long-running cycle of violence and ensures Israel's security. But they underscored that this can only come through a regional approach that includes a pathway to a Palestinian state. These goals are attainable, but only if they're pursued together. This crisis has clarified you can't have one without the other, and you can't achieve either goal without an integrated regional approach. To make this possible, Israel must be a partner to Palestinian leaders who are willing to lead their people in living side by side in peace with Israel as neighbors. And Israel must stop taking steps that undercut Palestinians' ability to govern themselves effectively. Extremist settler violence carried out with impunity, settlement expansion, demolitions, evictions, all make it harder, not easier, for Israel to achieve lasting peace and security. The Palestinian Authority also has a responsibility to reform itself, to improve its governance, issues I plan to raise with President Abbas, among others, when we meet tomorrow. If Israel wants its Arab neighbors to make the tough decisions necessary to help ensure its lasting security, Israeli leaders will have to make hard decisions themselves. When President Biden addressed the people of Israel days after the October 7th attack, he made a very simple pledge. The United States has Israel's back today, tomorrow, always. The friendship between our nations is truly exceptional. It's our unique bond and America's enduring commitment to the people of Israel that allows, indeed demands, that we're as forthright as possible in the moments when the stakes are highest, when the choices matter the most. This is one of those moments. Happy to take some questions.
The first question goes to Simon Lewis with Reuters.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, the future of the Gaza Strip has been a theme of your trip while you've been visiting regional countries. I wonder today, were you able to do make any progress on closing the gap between Arab leaders and Israel on specific security, reconstruction, and governance arrangements for Gaza? And you talked before leaving Saudi Arabia yesterday about the need for a practical pathway to a Palestinian state as part of any efforts towards regional integration. And obviously that's come up today in your meetings with the cabinet. Has Prime Minister Netanyahu changed his mind? Is he still opposed to the creation of a separate Palestinian state, or have you managed to convince him or get any guarantees that this is something that can happen?
So one of the things that I heard very clearly on this trip, and these two questions are actually joined, is many countries in the region are really prepared to invest in a number of ways, to invest when the conflict in Gaza is over, in its reconstruction, in its security, supporting Palestinians in their governance. But it is essential to them that there also be a clear pathway to the realization of Palestinian political rights and a Palestinian state. And I think the view that they've expressed is that critical to ending once and for all a cycle of violence that is only going to repeat itself at some point in the future is through the realization of Palestinian political rights. That was a very clear message that I heard everywhere I went, just as I heard again a commitment not only to be engaged in the future of Gaza, but also to take the steps necessary, make the commitments necessary, provide the assurances necessary to give Israel confidence in its security. And that's something that's new in recent years and very powerful, which is the willingness, the commitment of many neighboring countries, not only to live with Israel in peace, but also genuinely to have a region that's more integrated, in which everyone can feel secure, including Israel. So there's I think also here, a potentially powerful opportunity for the future. Now, very difficult to get there, hard to get there, hard decisions, hard choices need to be made in order to get there. But you can see that possibility. I'm not going to speak for the Prime Minister or anyone in the Israeli government about their views. I can just share our own and also share a little bit of what I heard from countries in the region.
For the next question, Suleiman Masada with Khan News.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking questions. I'll do it very fast. The Israeli government is still refusing to transfer the PA's money, and the Minister of Finance, Smotrich, said yesterday there are 2 million Nazis in Gaza, and I won't give money to Nazis just like the U.S. won't give money to Al-Qaeda. I would like to have your comment on that. And the second question is, the cabinet said, the war cabinet said that they are refusing to let Gazans go back to North Gaza. For now, is that something that you agreed on with your Israeli counterparts? Yeah. Thank you very much.
So, first, with regard to the Palestinian Authority revenues, these are their revenues. They should have them. They should have them in order to be able to make sure that they can pay their people who are providing essential services, including doing essential work in the West Bank, the Palestinian Authority security forces, who are playing a very important role in trying to keep peace, security, stability in the West Bank, something that's profoundly in Israel's interest. So we believe that those revenues should be released to them. Again, their revenues and being used to do something that's important to Israel. And when it comes to the future governance of Gaza, when the conflict is over, of course, people need to be paid. They need to be able to do the work necessary to administer Gaza, to do the other things that will be critical once the conflict ends. In terms of Palestinians and moving back north in Gaza, as I spoke to earlier, we have an agreement that the UN will now conduct an assessment to determine the conditions necessary for people to be able to move back home. There are a lot of really challenging and important issues to deal with, including things like unexploded ordnance and booby traps and other explosives that have been left by Hamas, infrastructure questions, proper support. All of those things are going to be evaluated by the United Nations pursuant to this agreement. And then, as soon as conditions allow, we want to see people be able to move back to their homes. And we've been very clear about the necessity of doing that when conditions allow, and making sure that if people want to go back, they can go back.
Will Malden with the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask about, we've heard some voices among Israeli political leaders talking about the threat of Iran in the region, and of course, its proxies, Hezbollah and the Houthis, have been active in and around this conflict. But you're bringing a message to the region of de-escalation. Was your message of de-escalation heard and agreed with when you spoke to your Israeli counterparts and political leaders today? Or, we certainly haven't seen that. In the last few days, there have been strikes on Hezbollah that would appear to be an escalation. Do you support that? And is the U.S. and its partners, are they prepared to take a strike against the Houthis because of their continued action in and around the Red Sea? Thank you.
Thanks, Will. One thing that we've heard clearly, every place we've gone, including in Israel, is that escalation is in no one's interest. No one's seeking it. No one wants to see other fronts opened in this conflict. And more than that, as I've already shared, we have countries around the region that are using their relationships, using their influence to try to make sure that that doesn't happen. We had extensive discussions about that today, as we had on other days of this trip. And here we focused particularly on the situation in northern Israel. And it's very clear to me from these conversations a few things. First, we strongly support the proposition that Israelis need to know security so that they can return to their homes in northern Israel. 80,000 or so Israelis have been forced from their homes because of insecurity coming from southern Lebanon, the rocket attacks, other threats posed by Hezbollah. Equally, we believe, and the government of Israel believes, that a diplomatic path is the best way to achieve that security. And that's exactly what we'll continue to pursue. That's what the government said today, and that's what we're focused on. More broadly, we have, you're right, a number of actions being taken by the Houthis, by other Iranian proxies in Iraq, in Syria, that threaten stability and threaten the potential for conflict. And we're determined, again, that we not see escalation, that we don't have the conflict spread, and we've made that very clear. But of course, if our personnel, if our forces are threatened or attacked, we'll take appropriate steps. We'll respond. We'll protect them. We've demonstrated that in the recent past, and we will again if we have to. We talked already about the threat that the Houthis are posing. That's a threat not to us, just to us or to Israel. It's a threat to the entire international community because they've been attacking shipping through the Red Sea that's vital to providing, it provides about 15% of global commerce every day. These attacks have had very, very negative effects for countries around the world in terms of forcing ships to route around the Red Sea, take longer routes, more expensive, more time, insurance rates goes up, prices for food, for medicine, for energy, for whatever's being shipped are going up. And more broadly, it's a threat to the principle of freedom of navigation that every country has a stake in. That's why more than 40 countries joined us in condemning the Houthi actions. That's why other countries have joined us in making clear that if this continues, there are going to be consequences. But no one was looking to create a conflict or to escalate a conflict. On the contrary, we're seeking to prevent that from happening. But we also have to uphold basic principles of international law, including freedom of navigation, and we have to make sure that our own personnel, when they're under threat, are being protected.
You said there are going to be consequences. Does that mean there has been a decision by the U.S. or its partners to take action?
Look, I'm not going to speculate on what will happen in the future. We just want to make clear that if these actions by the Houthis continues, there'll be consequences. I'm not going to say anything beyond that.
For the final question, Waleed Al-Amari with Al Jazeera.
Thank you, Walid Al-Omari, Al Jazeera Bureau Chief in Jerusalem. First, let me, Mr. Secretary of State Blinken, thank you for expressing your deep sadness about the tragedy of our dear colleague, Al Jazeera reporter in Gaza, Wael Dahdouh. Wael has lost his wife and 3 sons and his grandchildren in an Israeli bombardment of the house where they were fled from the center of Gaza City and displaced to the southern Gaza Strip on 25th of October. 2 days ago or 3 days ago, he lost his eldest son, Hamza, who was a journalist in Al Jazeera media network and was killed in an Israeli airstrike that hit a civilian car in Rafah. 110 Palestinian journalists were killed so far by Israeli army in Gaza during the war. More than 20,000 civilians were killed and tens of thousands were injured and hundreds of thousands were displaced from their homes that no longer exist. The situation of the Israeli citizens is also difficult. Tens of thousands were displaced from the Gaza envelope and the borderline with Lebanon, and hundreds of civilians were killed in the Hamas attack on the 7th of October. And there are many prisoners and hostages from both sides, as you know. My question, why do you, as a superpower and as leading force in the international community, not oblige the parties, and especially the Israeli government, to cease fire in Gaza and respect the United Nations resolutions and dedicated the peaceful solution instead of both sides continuing wash blood by more blood? My second question is related to the matter of normalization. Is the USA really busy with the matter, and do you think, Mr. Blinken, that the option exists, or is it just an attempt to escape from the solution of the Palestinian question and tempting Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, to agree with the American position in order to change his extreme government? And what's about the rule of the 4 Arab nations or countries, as you mentioned before, in Gaza? It's just to contribute for the reconstruction, or they have political rule there?
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just say again at the outset, the losses that your colleague suffered are unimaginable. And I have deep condolences for what he has suffered. I, again, can't even begin to fully imagine what he's gone through. And as I said again the other day, to the journalists who've lost their lives or been injured in Gaza, we feel very strongly for them as well. And the essential work that they do is more vital than ever. We want this war to end as soon as possible. There's been far too much loss of life, far too much suffering. But it's vital that Israel achieve its very legitimate objectives of ensuring that October 7th can never happen again. We believe they've made considerable progress toward that goal. At the same time, I think it's very important to remember that everyone has choices to make, and that includes Hamas. Hamas could have ended this on October 8th by not hiding behind civilians, by putting down its weapons, by surrendering, by releasing the hostages. None of the suffering would have happened if Hamas did what it did on October 7th, and had it made different decisions thereafter. So it's very important to keep that in perspective. And again, this could end tomorrow if Hamas makes those decisions. we will continue, as we've done, to give the Israelis our best advice about conducting this war in a manner that achieves the objective of making sure that October 7th can't be repeated, does better by protecting civilians, and making sure that people get the assistance that they need. With regard to normalization, there is, I think, a clear interest in pursuing that. Integration of the region is something that virtually all of the countries that I visited on this trip want to advance, want to pursue. Some of them have already taken vital steps to do that. Others, I think, are interested in doing the same. But it's equally clear that that's not in substitute for or at the expense of a political horizon for the Palestinians and ultimately a Palestinian state. On the contrary, that piece has to be a part of any integration efforts, any normalization efforts. That was also very clear in my conversations during the course of this trip, including in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Again, I think these things are somewhat joined. It's clear that, as I mentioned before, most of the countries I visited are really prepared to, I think, support Gaza in the future, to support all the efforts that are necessary, and to support Palestinian-led governance for Gaza. But it's also vitally important to them that there be a pathway forward for the Palestinians in terms of their overall political rights and a very clear political horizon. We and they support Palestinian governance that's joined of Gaza and the West Bank, and a pathway to a state. That's, again, very clear from everyone I talked to in the region. Thank you.
I came out here optimistically. Why not?
Thank you for looking out for me. Us radio guys just never got ourselves together.
You got it? You're on warm and all. We got a lot of rain. A lot of rain.
How you doing? I know. That was
a better game.
I'm sorry. Coming out on a beautiful day. Lily is here too today. And Lily Moyer. Oh, look at Lily. Oh, yeah. And one more. Right.
How are you? Good, how are you? Good. I know, right? Hi. Hi. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? It's supposed to be high 58.
That's what they said. That's why I was like, 58?
I'm never trusting the news again.
It's now 52, but it does not feel like it. It really does not feel like it. How have you been?
Right.
Oh, that's been well. Yeah. Oh, you did. Did you go over for Christmas? Or?
Courtesy of Aurelia helped me out.
Oh, where'd you go? To
Right.
France?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
So, what'd you guys do?
We did.
Were you different as
No, I was just giving you artists.
She gave me, like, yeah, she made strawberry magical.
Oh, that's nice.
And we did Paris and Colmar.
It's a cool story. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We went all around New Year's. It was beautiful. And we were just out and
I assume we're clear because the show ended, so.
We did Normandy.
what is it? Wow, that's really cool.
We did the Mountain of Shalom.
Oh, that's
So it's been strange. We had a TV. It's crazy, but it's beautiful.
That's, you drove around that. Okay.
I really keep going.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's very cool. Very cool. No, we, can't even imagine. Yeah, I was gonna say, I just think it was strangely to me a city that I remember going to Paris after I had one of my kids. I remember seeing the kids out and I thought, like, maybe just to get it straight.
Did you feel better?
I mean, cool, but in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, my kids are. I haven't heard of it.
Don't go
As I always tell my kids, Mom doesn't have hair, she doesn't like it. That's what Mom. A lot of work.
Hey man, wait, what brings you?
Okay. Are you going? Did you ignore it like that one? That you can ignore it? Okay. We used it. We do, okay. We still use it? Okay, I was saying we used it last time. Okay, that's cool. That's very cool. No, but it's cool. It's useful. Yeah. It's not. That's for people, right? Because like the caucuses occur that night. You can look at the caucus per se. After caucus night, do you guys have people after the night? Okay. Did you do this in what is this one? Do you like it? It's cool, it's interesting. No, I did it. It's super interesting. I forget what it is. People. It was also really small. He made a very compelling pitch. I was like really intrigued because I was doing a lot more like demographics. In terms of accuracy.
Yeah. Those are. I'm just going in and out, going in and back to the system. I'm on like a 6 a.m. flight on Tuesday. It's the only non-stop. I'm not going non-stop over there. Transfer to 40 or something.
When you guys look at race by black,
Similar like hamster, I'll go up Sunday, or I guess I'll go up Monday. One of the countries that covered just that election.
Congo did.
Congo, yeah. Like the Supreme Court had to decide.
I mean, yeah, it was pretty decisive.
Even in Michigan, I think Michigan was like what, 2 minutes barely. No, they're tiny overall. I thought Michigan was
Yeah, I'm just going to get up there and answer some things. I'm going to say.
Oh, that's great. Okay, so after the briefing, I'm just okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm in the city. Yeah. So if I just recall it, I can give it to you. Yeah. So it's one of the ones you can go. Oh, that's great. Okay. That'll save me an extra trip. Come in and then go out again. I know. Yeah.
So what's actually happening tonight?
Yeah, no, I will. She haven't bought a bunch, but then she helps her off and realize that like they expire in. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, I'm supposed to travel this Friday. Sunday. Yeah, and I'm like, just tell me where to be. I actually don't know where it is. I actually have not gone to
Darlene. It's like further and probably they like the day. Feels like you might as well do like campaign.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out the logistics.
No, it's always happened. Yeah, like.
Really?
Oh, that was. Yeah, I got some too, but then like, I feel like the church was a bunch of. Yeah.
That'll save me an explanation. I appreciate it.
I was like,
They're probably trying to get rid anytime.
And no message so far.
Well, he's like a architect, so I kind of barely about that.
Focus. Things going on. Right here. Good. Cool. Yeah.
I've never shot this. It works. I've never shot. Other people.
I've done it.
Yeah. I know when Trump would come up here, that a lot of us, that was maybe the first one to ever do it.
Who was?
Jane.
Oh, yeah.
Trump, yeah.
2000.
look like that.
You gotta time it right.
No, you gotta hammer it. You gotta get it so perfect, because they're quick and they're quick.
Yeah. You gotta keep that ear out before.
I know, I'm just like, I don't think I'll just like position myself.
Three. Supposed to be third, running behind.
For the train. And how I'm getting
Are you thinking about this or trade?
Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? Good. I'm Marissa. I don't think so. No, it's okay. I have been out for like the last month.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. I am filling in on the White House for the Post. Nice to meet you. I work for NPR. Yeah, I was right there. That was really happening.
Yeah. You have to, then you're gonna have to like, pick up kids.
No, they're getting home from their own. You're left devices. Put it this way. Your mother phone watches. Fair enough. Maybe that's how.
You're right. You just didn't know. It works with your regular hours.
Turn on the White House briefing with this guy, Josh Floyd. Train to the state.
So I want to know, how did your readings like this? What was your number one?
My number one book. Oh. Good. I have to think about that. I didn't really.
You did.
You know what I really liked? I had never really read her books, but Elizabeth Strout. I haven't read her. I thought they were really good. I did. It was really good.
Amazing.
Did you read it?
I read that last year.
Yeah.
And I was just like,
It was really well done. I mean, I think he had those.
it was the same guy who did Shoe Dog, like, don't say.
Was that the same guy?
Same guy.
Oh, I like that.
They are no ringer. And then he's doing, Harry. He did Spare.
Really?
Yes.
I haven't read Spare. You know what I liked? You read Trust? No way. It's really good.
And right by the final where you start to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, yeah. And it kind of has like a catch. If you haven't read that one,
Yeah.
okay.
You got read off of what?
Did you read The Wager?
I haven't read The Wager.
It's pretty good. It's kind of crazy. It's like a check rate.
Okay.
But it's pretty good.
Okay. I'll put it on. And you haven't read the Secret Harvest, right? You've read the Highlight?
Oh, yeah.
A century. And like you're suddenly like, oh wow. Like you don't even have to like. Can you really? Like push the hair. That's
Talks
you have something on your tie? I got it. Oh, yeah.
No, I'm talking about the weather.
Call and tell me. It's already bad.
We'll have coffee with you for
What's
that.
the start like?
Yeah, that's to add insult
That's
to
a
the
pain in,
tree.
it's like, give an extra pain to somebody.
Yeah, that's like twisting.
That's twisting. Playing the machines, machines.
Another drum of coffee and.
Somebody told me one of those gifted that.
It was, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So good.
The first and the.
This is the second one.
He came, I saw he came here when, Obama was on that.
Yeah.
And he went back, people invited him back.
I just asked
You don't have a coffee machine.
I just asked you if you could sell us coffee
So
as
nice.
well.
Yes.
No.
And they're
Sell us
broken in
coffee as
replacement.
well because
Oh, yeah,
we
yeah.
are a bunch of poor people.
Yeah, we don't have.
You know, we can't afford
Do
coffee.
we send them a note if we need it?
We should send them, we should post some pictures on
I just tweeted, so I just tweeted and I took Kelly O'Donovan under the presidentship of Kelly O'Donovan. Such a cold weather, the poor children. Sitting here, the Tom Hanks machine, so I could either ask our bunch to provide it, but then we won't be able to publish any news against them. You know? So I said, I am not going to do it from Starbucks, but I'm okay with Tom Hanks because I've seen his movie Forrest Gump that I probably, nobody in Pakistan has watched more than me. So he should send me some coffee just because of that. You know?
Negative 12.
Seriously, I mentioned that we make a little more money and then remember it was me standing there for a long time. But I
It's not like a
That's one of the most expensive ones.
We got the relevant tools.
Everything.
I think so. Being lulled to sleep.
Multiple ways.
Yeah, that's right.
Whether it's cigarette or alcohol. Sorry, working for us. It's only the Wall Street journalists that are like
Oh, yeah.
have control of the
Tracy once said.
Hello, Peter. What's going on?
Oh, nothing too much.
Good to get him a trip.
Nancy, how are you? Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I took vacation. One ready for someone hour.
MJ, you made it. All right, good to see folks still here. Good afternoon, all. Across the country, hi, good afternoon, thank you. Across the country, as we can see, we're seeing severe weather warnings and impacts from blizzards out west to heavy rains and high wind in the east. A number of states have already declared state of emergency, and here in Washington, D.C., we know that many schools will send their students home early, like my kid, and probably many of yours. We are closely monitoring the weather, and we encourage all Americans to do the same. Do not become complacent, and make sure to heed the warnings of local officials. You can also download the FEMA app, which provides real-time weather alerts and can help you prepare. As always, we stand ready to support communities nationwide as needed. And I do have an update on the President's week. This Friday, January 12th, the President will travel to Allentown, Pennsylvania, that area to discuss how communities across America are coming back thanks to Bidenomics and his Investing in America agenda, which have ushered in a small business boom, created good-paying jobs with rising wages, strengthened local economies, and lowered costs for hard-working families. Bidenomics, it's working. And with that, as you all can see, my colleague, Admiral John Kirby, is here to discuss international response to information we declassified last week on Russia's use of North Korean munitions. And with that, Admiral.
Good afternoon, everybody. So yesterday, Russia launched its most recent aerial attack against Ukraine using missiles and UAVs. Multiple Ukrainian civilians were killed in the strikes and dozens were injured. Now, these strikes are horrific, they're inhumane, and they serve as yet just another reminder of the brutality of Mr. Putin's war. Due in part to our sanctions and export controls, as we talked about last week, Russia has been forced to look to like-minded states for military equipment. One of those states is North Korea. And as I said from this podium last week, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea recently provided Russia with ballistic missile launchers and several dozen ballistic missiles. Russia has since deployed these missiles against Ukraine. Last week, you might recall, I talked about a strike on the 30th, talked about a strike using a dozen, almost 10 more on the 2nd of January, targeting Zaporizhia, Kyiv, Kharkiv, and elsewhere. On January, as I said, and then on January 6th, since then, Russian forces again launched multiple North Korean ballistic missiles into Ukraine. We're still assessing the impacts of these strikes, but we can confirm that at least one of them landed in Kharkiv. So today, I'm announcing that the foreign ministers of 47 countries, Secretary Blinken, and the High Representative of the European Union have released a joint statement condemning the DPRK's export and Russia's procurement of North Korean ballistic missiles, as well as Russia's use of these North Korean missiles against Ukraine. As the statement makes clear, the transfer of these weapons increases the suffering of the Ukrainian people, supports Russia's war of aggression, and undermines the global non-proliferation regime. And our governments stand together in resolute opposition to these arms transfers between the DPRK and Russia. Russia's transfer of ballistic missiles from the DPRK directly violates multiple UN security resolutions, and tomorrow we will raise these arms deals at the UN Security Council alongside our allies and partners and demand that Russia be held accountable for yet again violating international obligations that it signed up to. We also will continue to impose sanctions against those working to facilitate arms transfers like this and to release information exposing those arms deals. But I cannot emphasize enough any more today than I did last week that the most effective response to Russia's ongoing missile and UAV attacks is to provide Ukraine with vital air defense capabilities and other types of military equipment that it needs to defend itself, its terrain, its infrastructure, its people. To do that, we need Congress to approve our supplemental funding request for Ukraine without any further delay. Russia's looking to countries like North Korea and Iran for assistance. Ukraine needs our help. We're calling on Congress to help us meet that need and meet this moment. Thank you.
Thanks, John, for doing this. On the news of the day, when did President Biden learn of the Defense Secretary's cancer diagnosis?
He was informed today.
Any details on what his reaction was?
He was informed by the Chief of Staff earlier this morning, and I'm not going to go into any more detail than that.
So the President has known for, I guess, 5 days now that Secretary Austin was in the hospital, but he wasn't informed why?
He was not informed until last Friday that Secretary Austin was in the hospital. He was not informed until this morning that the root cause of that hospitalization was prostate cancer.
Is that because the White House knew and didn't inform the president, or because Secretary Austin chose not to share that with the president?
Nobody at the White House knew that Secretary Austin had prostate cancer until this morning, and the president was informed immediately after we were.
Okay. Last week, we learned that Jake Sullivan, I believe, found out about the fact that Secretary Austin was hospitalized on Thursday morning. So just want to clarify, are you saying the president found out a day later than the NSC did?
No, Jake was informed, our National Security Advisor was informed that Secretary Austin was in the hospital and had been for some time. He found out late Thursday afternoon, and he and the Chief of Staff, Mr. Zients, informed the president later that evening, early that evening, not long after they learned. They informed the president directly, Thursday evening.
We learned also today that Secretary Austin, when he went into the hospital for the first time on December 22nd, he knew he was going to be under general anesthesia, he knew he was going to be spending the night, and transferred authority to his deputy secretary. Was the White House informed then that the authority was going to be transferred?
No.
Is that what's supposed to happen?
There are the delegations of authority can happen. I wouldn't say on a regular basis, but it's not uncommon for the Secretary of Defense to delegate authority to the deputy, sometimes for very short periods of time. But I think one of the things that we're all going to want to learn from this is the notification process for that delegation of authority.
Is there an expectation when a secretary is indisposed or hospitalized and has to transfer authority that the White House will be notified?
Again, I'm going to let Karine take this one because this really gets to the memo that Mr. Zients put out, and I think I'll let Karine talk about it.
So as you all know, there was a memo that was released today from the Chief of Staff, and the memo was sent to the President's cabinet on protocols for a delegation of authority. And so the memo does two things. I just want to lay that out for all of you. First, it asks every cabinet agency to submit in writing their current existing protocols for a delegation of authority they already have in place for review to the White House Office of Cabinet Affairs and the Chief of Staff by this coming Friday, January 12th. And second, in the interim, while the review of each agency's protocols is completed, the memo directs a set of robust protocols that cabinet agencies must undertake in the event of a delegation of authority. So that is what the memo says, those two really critical, important things. Again, this is something that we have said over the past couple of days, that the President believes that we have to have robust protocols and procedures in place, obviously, for across the cabinet, and this is what you're seeing from this memo.
So finally, who does the president hold responsible for this lapse? Secretary Austin, his aides, the chairman of Joint Chiefs, who clearly knew about this the day after the secretary was hospitalized?
I will say this. I mean, Secretary Austin put out a statement, and he took full responsibility for this. So I would refer you back to the statement. And Secretary Austin was very clear, and we appreciate that he has taken responsibility for this. But I also want to say that we certainly hope that he fully recovers and also gets back to the Pentagon. So I'll leave it there. But his statement was very clear the other day.
Thank you, Karine. Walter Reed said that he was diagnosed with the cancer last month. So just to confirm, the president did not know the diagnosis or that he was hospitalized?
No, he did. He was informed. The president was informed, as the admiral just stated. The president was informed today about the prostate cancer.
So is there a lack of trust between the Pentagon and the White House? Why did the Secretary of Defense feel that he didn't need to inform the president immediately, the White House immediately about the diagnosis or the procedure?
So look, we have complete confidence in the secretary. That is something that we have said. The president has complete confidence in the secretary. Obviously, there is a review that the Pentagon is doing. They announced that yesterday. They're going to take a review of how this process went, and we'll let that review process move forward. But again, the president has full confidence in the secretary.
Admiral Kirby, when you talk to your former Pentagon colleagues, what do they tell you in terms of why Austin didn't immediately inform higher level officials here?
Well, again, I'd refer you to them to speak to that. But as Karine said, the Secretary's statement was very clear. He takes full responsibility for the decisions he made with respect to this procedure, and that includes the decisions about how that procedure was communicated. He takes full responsibility for that.
Does that decision mean he had specifically communicated to his close staff not to more widely tell people about what this procedure is?
We don't have that kind of level of granularity here. That's something that only they can speak to.
And what was the president's reaction today when he found out?
His first reaction is, as Karine rightly said, we all want to wish him the very best. I mean, this is sadly, this is a disease that affects many millions of American men, particularly at that stage in life. And the key is early diagnosis, early screening. I think, look, we're all going to learn a whole heck of a lot of lessons from this past week. One of the lessons I hope that everybody takes away is the value of early screening.
And an entire month lapsed from early December when the diagnosis was found out until today when the president even found out.
Is that a question?
Yes, just triple confirm.
Well, the Pentagon already talked about when the secretary was diagnosed. It was early December. And as their statement said, in consultation with his doctors, he elected to have the procedure done later in the month to coincide with the holidays. And as Karine rightly also said, the president didn't know about the diagnosis until this morning. But his reaction is he wishes the secretary all the best for a speedy recovery.
John, did the president or the White House instruct Secretary Austin to make this disclosure today?
No.
Does the president plan to stick with Secretary Austin through the rest of the term?
Yes.
Has the president spoken with Secretary Austin since their conversation on Saturday?
No.
Secretary Austin, we now know, was under anesthesia on December 22nd. The White House at the time didn't know. What would have happened if there had been some national security emergency in the White House? The president had called on Secretary Austin on that day.
Well, it's a hypothetical and it's speculative, but I think it's important to remember the whole idea of delegation of authority. You need to have a process for delegation of authority. No different than on a warship. You got a captain and you have a second in command, and sometimes the second in command has to take over. There's a process for that. But I hate getting into hypotheticals, but let's just, for sake of argument, run that through real quickly. Had there been a need by the commander-in-chief to task the Defense Department or to seek greater clarity from the Defense Department about a specific issue, the Deputy Secretary, Kathleen Hicks, who had that authority delegated to her, who had a full communications suite with her when she was on leave and fully staffed, would have been more than capable of being the acting Secretary of Defense for that period of time.
Right, but importantly, in that hypothetical, the White House would have learned by not being able to reach Secretary Austin on that day that...
I mean, I don't know how I can prove that that's the case, but it didn't happen. But she had full authority to run the Defense Department.
And just one more on this. Now that the Pentagon has shared that Secretary Austin underwent surgery for prostate cancer, does the White House and does the President believe that he should have been afforded the privacy to not share with the public what that medical procedure was?
Does the President believe that the Secretary should have been afforded the privacy not to disclose?
The specifics of the medical treatment.
The President believes and has since the beginning of the administration that transparency with the American people is really important. And he knows, being a public figure for his entire life, that as a public figure, you have an added burden to be as transparent about your personal situation as possible. Now, it doesn't mean, look, you're still an American, and it doesn't mean you don't have a right to any privacy, but as a cabinet official, as a Senate-confirmed official in the administration, everybody, when they sign up for that and raise their right hand, they know that there comes an obligation with that to be as transparent about your personal situation as you can. Certainly, if it affects in any way the administration of the duties that you've taken the oath to do.
So does he believe that Secretary Austin should have been able to keep this specific detail private?
I'm not going to get inside the president's head on that particular right to privacy on this particular issue. Number one, he's concerned about Secretary Austin, full faith, trust, and confidence in his ability to lead the Defense Department. Glad he's on the mend. Hope that he gets back to work soon. Obviously, his first and foremost concern is the Secretary's health and recovery and making sure that he has the time and the space and gets the medical care that he needs to recover fully. And as Karine noted, we're already taking steps here, and they're taking steps over at the Pentagon to learn from this episode in terms of specific notification processes to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
And well, to pick up on Mary's point, and also because Chief of Staff Ryan sent out that memo today, the president didn't learn about this for a month after the diagnosis in early December. Just quite simply, does the president think that's acceptable?
It is not optimal, Gabe. It is for a situation like this to go as long as it did without the Commander-in-Chief knowing about it or the National Security Advisor knowing about it, or frankly, other leaders at the Department of Defense. That's not the way this is supposed to happen. The President understands that, and that's why he wants the Chief of Staff to take a look at processes across the administration and agencies here, and that's why DOD is also looking at their own procedures to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
The Pentagon referred to the surgery as an elective procedure. Technically, it may be, but isn't that at best misleading?
As far as I know, Gabe, again, I barely got a history degree, so I'm not capable of talking about medical stuff. But as far as I know, that phrase, elective medical procedure, came in the statement by the two doctors at Walter Reed. That wasn't a Pentagon assessment. That was the wording chosen by the two doctors.
But isn't it misleading for the Pentagon to put that forward?
You'd have to talk to the Pentagon and the doctors. Gabe, I'm not a physician. The two physicians that are responsible, they use that phrase. They should speak to what that means. I'm not an expert.
All right. Peter.
Thank you. John, what kind of commander-in-chief is President Biden that at a time when American forces are under fire in the Middle East, he can go days without knowing that his defense secretary is in a hospital bed?
Peter, there's a lot to your question, so I want you to bear with me for just a second. First of all, at no time was the ability for the United States military to defend our national security interests compromised. At no time was the Commander-in-Chief not always in command and control of our military forces around the world. And over the course of those days, we did take military action that he approved, taking out a senior militia commander in Iraq with what we call a dynamic strike, a strike that he had approved many days before, for which the theater commander had full permission to execute. We did shoot down drones and missiles in the Red Sea, our ships at sea, because he made sure they had the existing authorities and the capabilities and the training to do that. So he has been on top of these issues all the way throughout. Now, look, where your question kind of gets to is, and I've seen some of the sniping out there, how effective can the process be if the secretary can be gone and we don't know about it? I think what you need to understand, and what I hope people will understand, is that the national security decision-making process does not require, in fact, should not require, cabinet-level officials being the sole people in the room making decisions on any given day. You staff these things from the middle up, and then the cabinet officials, whether it's Secretary Blinken or Secretary Austin, come together as appropriate to make the key decisions, which happened. It happened on the 1st of January. If you'll bear with me, because I think your question really gets to a bigger issue, and I'd like to just, if I could, with Karine's permission, I just want to walk you through a little bit of timeline here, because I think it's important context. So on the 31st of December, that was a Sunday, Jake Sullivan held a lengthy secure telephone conference with the Central Command Commander, General Kurilla, to discuss a bunch of issues, the situation in the Middle East, and of course there's a lot to that. The next day, on the 1st of January, President Biden convened a secure telephone conference with Mr. Sullivan, with Secretary Austin, with the Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Brown, Secretary Blinken, the DNI, the CIA director, and other members of the team. They covered developments in the Middle East. President Biden directed the NSC, Department of Defense, and the State Department to accelerate work with allies and partners on a joint statement on the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, which was to be issued, according to the President's direction, no later than Wednesday. You saw we did that. I came to the podium and read that out. From Monday, the 1st of January, through Wednesday, the 3rd, the National Security Advisor, his deputy, Middle East Coordinator Brett McGurk, spoke repeatedly with their counterparts in multiple foreign capitals to secure the support for that joint statement. Senior NSC officials coordinated hour by hour with senior Pentagon officials who are also making phone calls and securing support from foreign partners. The President's final approval on that statement happened shortly thereafter, and as you know, it was issued on the 3rd of January. Also on the 3rd, there was a Principals Committee meeting on Haiti. And neither Secretary Austin nor General Brown attended. They were represented by deputies. That is not uncommon, that at a Principals Committee meeting, for whatever reason, the principal may not be able to attend.
Okay, thank you for all the detail on that. But more broadly, why should we believe anything that this administration tells us about anything ever again?
I think we all recognize, and I think the Pentagon has been very, very honest with themselves about the challenge to credibility by what has transpired here, and by how hard it was for them to be fully transparent with the American people. I think we all recognize that. And wait, now just give me a second now. I know you got another one coming here, but we all recognize that this didn't unfold the way it should have on so many levels, not just the notification process up the chain of command, but the transparency issues. We all recognize that, and I think we all want to make sure we learn from that. It's up to you and your colleagues, and it's up to the American people to determine, how much they're going to ascribe what happened here to our credibility on every single issue. But in every way, Secretary Austin has been an exceptional defense secretary, and he still has the full faith and confidence of the commander-in-chief. He has led the department at an incredibly dangerous time for our national security interests and those of our allies and partners.
But if the administration is going to go to such great lengths to keep secrets about the defense secretary's health, how can anybody be certain that the administration would not go to the same lengths to keep secret problems with President Biden's health in the future?
If you could logically argue, and you can't, but if you could logically argue that the administration...
He's 81 years old.
Wait a second. Just give me a second here, bub. I'll get there. If the administration made some sort of Machiavellian effort across the board to keep this from getting public, then I think your question has merit. And certainly is a fair one. I don't think it's a fair one because that's not what happened here, Peter. What happened here is the Secretary of Defense, for whatever reason, I can't answer the question why, that information wasn't shared. It wasn't shared widely in the department, and it certainly wasn't shared with the interagency. It's not good. It's certainly not good, which is why, again, we want to learn from this. We want to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
We got to go around here.
Given that this was suboptimal, as you said, and given the commitment to transparency that the administration has, how do you square that with the confidence that the president expresses in the secretary?
The president respects that he took full responsibility for it in his statement. That makes a difference. And he also respects the work that Secretary Austin has done on a range of issues since he has become Secretary of Defense. Whether that's helping lead the world in support for Ukraine, it was Secretary Austin's idea to come up with the Ukraine Contact Group. Whether that's support to Israel, making sure that they can defend themselves against Hamas. Look at everything that the Secretary's done in the Indo-Pacific. Do you think it was by accident that the Philippines agreed to let the United States military have additional access to bases there? No, that was the hard work of the Defense Secretary. I could go on and on and on. He's confident in Secretary Austin's ability to lead in the future because he has seen how well he has led in the past.
The Secretary, I have a question. You just said a moment ago that you don't know why the information was not relayed. Has it been privately conveyed to you all about why it was not relayed?
We have certainly made it clear that we would like to learn more about the information flow process.
And have you received any clarification on that?
I'm not at liberty to disclose any. I'm not aware that there has been any, any details provided as a result of the why the information was so siloed, but we obviously have conveyed our interest in learning more.
And then on a separate topic, on the Middle East, Israel's Supreme Court rejected a request from international news outlets to allow foreign journalists. Many of us probably here in the newsroom here have colleagues who wanted to be able to get in. That request was rejected. I'm curious if ever in conversations with the Israeli officials that you all have been in touch with, have requests for media access ever been made?
That is a great question I don't have an answer to, but I'll tell you what, I'll go back and take a look at that. I'm not aware that there have been requests made by outlets and denied by the Israeli government to get into Gaza. Is that what you're saying?
And there was
They have said no. Okay. Let me go back and do some research on that, if you don't mind.
And then can I just, one other question. I know Secretary Blinken had a series of meetings in Israel today. Were there any tangible results from the Secretary's meetings today that were received? I know the readouts provided very limited information.
Readouts don't provide limited
Yes, so
information.
can you give us any
They
sense
provide
of
zero.
tangible results? Well, I guess this is led to the
James
fact that,
helping you out here.
my colleagues on the ground had
I know.
presented the fact that the death toll over the last 24 hours was amongst one of the most deadly days in Israel. And so given that and given the Secretary's visit, and I know civilian casualty deaths were a part of this, do you all feel like you've gotten any tangible results?
I think Secretary Blinken's still on the trip, so I think we're going to let him finish his trip. I'm sure he will provide a robust readout to us of what he discussed and what he learned, and we'll look forward to that report when he gets back to Washington, D.C. But I don't want to get in step on his toes while he's still in the region, and certainly the question really is much better put to my colleague at the State Department to speak to.
Start wrapping it up. Go ahead, Anita. Thank you so much, Sean. Starting with Israel and President Biden's words yesterday that he was quietly working with Israel. Is he signaling, with these words, is he signaling for a ceasefire? And does the administration still support Israel's position that a ceasefire can only be possible if Hamas is eliminated?
Nothing's changed about our view here, that we don't support a ceasefire at this time. And there's no change to that because we don't believe that benefits anybody but Hamas right now. We do continue to support humanitarian pauses, but not a general ceasefire right now. The president wasn't signaling any change at all. In fact, he was signaling very much a very consistent view that he has had since the beginning of the conflict.
Well, we've got the China question. Today, China launched a satellite over Taiwan's airspace. Yesterday, they sent 10 aircrafts, 4 ships, and 4 balloons. Some kind of weird 12 days of Christmas. What is the White House's message to China for doing this 4 days ahead of a major election in Taiwan?
I think these actions raise questions in our mind about what the intent here is. You mentioned coincidental here in timing to the election. I have proof that that's what's driving it, but it sure does raise interesting questions, doesn't it, about what their intentions are, what their goals are with this activity. I'll tell you this: we believe that the democratic institutions of Taiwan need to be respected. We want to see a free and fair and transparent election, and we're willing and standing by to work with whoever the people of Taiwan elect into their government.
I've got another one not about the defense secretary, if you want to take it.
None of your questions have been about the defense secretary.
Burundi's president recently called for gay people to be stoned to death. In light of the administration's moves against Uganda for passing a really hateful law against gay people, are you mulling any actions against the government of Burundi for these hateful statements?
I don't have any decisions to speak to today, but obviously that is that clearly would be a horrific undertaking, a horrific way of punishing people for something they shouldn't be punished for, and we'll see where this goes. But I think it's very clear, it should be clear to the people in the government of Burundi and all over the African continent how seriously we take the issue of civil and human rights.
Yeah, so more than 100 journalists have been killed in Gaza by Israel. Isn't it perhaps contradictory or harmful for the U.S. that defends free speech to keep financing and giving arms to Israel when they're committing these crimes against journalists?
Your question presumes that they are deliberately, maliciously going out to kill journalists, and we've seen no indication that they have done that. we continue to stand by the protection of journalists that are anywhere in the world, certainly covering conflict. Journalists and their jobs and their ability to report needs to be protected by any nation waging war, and we've been very, very consistent on that.
But they're not allowing international press in Gaza.
Well, as I said, I'm not aware of that report, so I'll go back and look and see what we know about that.
Many of our news outlets, right? I mean, it's a number of international news outlets.
I know, but I don't know when you submit a request to go somewhere. It's not like it comes through me. So I take the question. It's a fair one. Let me find out about it. Let's find out what the ground truth is here.
Yeah, Peter.
Come back to the December 22nd procedure that the secretary had. Did the White House, he was put under general anesthesia at that time. He was not last week. Did the White House know about that procedure, even if we didn't know what it was specifically for? Did he know at that time he was undergoing a procedure on that day?
No.
Okay, and when you said that the doctors used the phrase elective in their statement, the statement they released today does not use the word elective. I wonder whether you think then that means the use of that to describe it last week by the Pentagon was fully transparent. The doctors described something that does not sound elective.
Oh, well, then that's my mistake. I thought that was in the doctor's statement. Again, I'd refer you to the Pentagon on that. I'm not at liberty. I'm not a medical expert, Peter. I can't.
You're a communications expert, and you know what elective procedure implies to the public that might not sound like what we're now being told.
Again, I'd refer you to the Pentagon.
Does the president believe that there ought to be any consequences for any DoD officials who knew about the condition of Secretary Austin but did not report that information?
That's going to be up to Pentagon leadership to decide.
Well, what does the president believe? I mean, he's the commander.
The president believes that Secretary Austin should get the appropriate care that he needs to get better so he can get back at work at the Pentagon. He believes we ought to learn from this, both in terms of notification and about transparency to the American people. We're gonna do what we have to do. As Karine said, we're also going to take steps here at the White House to make sure that we have a good, tight alignment across the interagency about notification procedures on delegation of authorities. That's what the president wants to focus on.
In terms of accountability for those who might not have shared that information with the White House, it's not their DoD, it's the taxpayers.
It is the taxpayers' DoD, and it's for the Defense Department leadership to take a look at that and see what they want to do in terms of accountability. The Secretary of Defense himself took full responsibility in his statement over the weekend. I mean, he had put it on his shoulders.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just another question, because I'm not really clear about that. By not notifying the White House on December 22 that he was going under general anesthesia, did Secretary Austin violate existing procedures, or was that in accordance with existing procedures? What happened?
Like I said yesterday, I mean, there's an expectation that if a cabinet officer becomes hospitalized and for whatever reason, can't continue to perform the duties even temporarily, there's an expectation that will be notified up the chain of command to the Commander-in-Chief. That there's an expectation that would be passed up the chain of command.
Is the Pentagon reviewing the security clearance of Elon Musk after these new allegations of drug use, which would obviously violate his agreement?
You'd have to talk to the Defense Department on that.
On Hezbollah, Israel now says that time is running out for a diplomatic resolution with Hezbollah. Is that how the U.S. sees it, that time is running out?
For Hezbollah?
To reach a diplomatic resolution with them.
Look, there's always time for diplomacy. And I think you've seen us work hard at that. Secretary Blinken's in the region now. Other officials here from the National Security Council have traveled over there. We believe there's always time for diplomatic resolutions.
One more. We went long, guys. I don't know if there's anything else you guys have in mind, but go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. President Trump's lawyers today asserted that he should be immune from prosecution. What is President Biden's opinion of the Constitution on this matter? Should presidents be immune for official actions?
So look, I get why you're asking the question. I see why you're asking the question. We're going to be really careful here, given that there is an ongoing case. So not going to comment. got to be super careful, and we don't normally comment on ongoing legal case or make statements that could impact, right, that particular ongoing case. Also, that doesn't even involve the White House. So I'm just going to be super careful. I would have to refer you to the Department of Justice. Don't want to get into the middle of this.
Sticking with former President Trump, he also said in an interview yesterday that he hopes that if there is an economic downturn, that it'll happen in the next 12 months. And I'm wondering if the White House has any reaction to that.
So I'm going to be careful, as we all know, that he is a candidate in this 2024 election. So what I will say is that consumer sentiment, as you all know from the data that came out at the end of last year, is surging and inflation is falling. And I think that matters. And all the more reason that we continue to make sure that Bidenomics, continue to move forward Bidenomics, that we've seen how historically the success of the economic growth that we've seen. When you think about the 14 million jobs, unemployment is at under 4%. Obviously, there's wages are up, right, which is incredibly important. And so look, one of the things I will say is that the cost reduction momentum over the volatility, right, if you think about Maganomics, which economists warn would worsen inflation with tax giveaways to rich special interests. Another thing I would say is that, look, when it comes to a commander-in-chief's duty, they're not supposed to wish an economic downturn. They're supposed to make sure that we put the American people first. That is what a commander-in-chief is supposed to do. They're not supposed to hope that American families suffer. That's not what a commander-in-chief is supposed to do. They're supposed to put forward an economic plan that helps all Americans. And so, it is clearly unacceptable and shameful, and what Republicans officials should hope for, they should hope for that we continue the economic progress that this president has made.
And then just one more clarification on Secretary Austin. So when Jake Sullivan was informed on Thursday, who informed him?
It was Jake Sullivan, and the Chief of Staff informed the president. Are you asking who informed?
I'm asking who from the Pentagon told Jake Sullivan?
Oh, I don't have that. I don't have the timeline or the name of the individuals that may have informed Jake Sullivan. What I can tell you is Jake Sullivan was informed by the Pentagon last Thursday, and from there they were able to inform the president. They, meaning the Chief of Staff and the National Security Advisor, informed the president. I don't have who actually told the National Security Advisor.
And did whoever at the Pentagon informed Jake Sullivan tell him at that time that they regretted the delay or give any explanation for the delay?
I get the question. I just don't have specifics on what was actually communicated in that conversation. What I can tell you is that's when National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan was certainly informed about Secretary Austin's hospitalization, but I just don't have anything further on specifics of that conversation. I can also share with you, as we've had many times, is that the president was informed thereafter.
Has Secretary Austin apologized to the president?
I don't have any specifics into their conversation. All I can, as you know, as we've let all of you know, that they had a conversation on Saturday, the president and the secretary. I just don't have any details into what was discussed specifically. The president, as I said moments ago at the top of this briefing, the president obviously wishes the secretary well and hopes he has a speedy recovery and wants to see him back, obviously, back at the Pentagon.
Any reaction to Michelle Obama saying in an interview that she's terrified about the potential results of the election?
Look, I want to be careful. Again, we're talking about upcoming election this year, so don't want to comment on that. Obviously, we're going to let the former First Lady speak for herself. What I can tell you is that she obviously supports the agenda, this president's agenda, President Biden's agenda, and how we're moving forward in making sure that we have an economy that works for all, and moving forward certainly on implementing some of these important key historic legislation that the president was able to pass. But I'm not going to comment specifically on what she stated.
How close are you to a border security deal?
So, as I stated yesterday, when we were on Air Force One headed to South Carolina, look, the president continues to believe that we need to get to a bipartisan agreement to really deal with the border security issue. There has been a productive conversation on the Senate side, Republicans and Democrats, so we are hopeful. This is a president that is optimistic, as you know. We are hopeful that we will get to a bipartisan agreement. I know one of the negotiators, as I stated yesterday, said that would be likely to have some text this week And so, look, this is a negotiation process. It is a bipartisan one. We appreciate that conversation. The president understands what is happening at the border is something that's been happening for decades, and we need to address it, which is why, again, why he put, you know, first piece of legislation when he walked into the administration was to be on a comprehensive immigration and to deal with that issue. Get him, Jen.
Has the president been getting briefed on the Alaska Airlines?
So I want to. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. So first of all, we are glad to have seen that we're relieved that all passengers and crew are safe. The FAA's priority is always keeping Americans safe. That is most important. And in that spirit, these particular Boeing aircraft will remain grounded until operators complete enhanced inspections. The FAA will continue to support the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation into Alaska Airlines Flight 1282. The NTSB is in charge, obviously, as you all know, in investigating in these types of investigation, and I would certainly point you to them on any updates on this particular investigation. The president obviously is going to continue to be updated on these things.
Does the White House primarily see this as a Boeing issue or an FAA issue?
So look, what I can say is FAA certainly sees this as a priority to make sure that we're keeping Americans safe. That is certainly their approach here and what they believe how we need to move forward. Obviously, the Boeing aircraft, there's going to be an investigation on these Boeing aircraft. That's why they're going to be grounded. We don't know yet, right? We have to do an investigation to see exactly what occurred here, but they're going to ground them out of abundance of precaution and safety for the American people to make sure that we see to enhance expectation and to see exactly what occurred. So I don't want to get ahead of that, but they're taking obviously extra precautions here.
Would President Biden tell the American people that they should feel safe flying?
I think the American people should feel safe flying. Like I said, FAA's #1 priority is the safety of Americans. I think by the fact that these Boeing aircrafts are going to be grounded is important, right? That is taking the safety of Americans first, and FAA's, that's their main priority, is to making sure that occurred.
So he believes it is safe to fly now?
Yes, he believes it is safe to fly, but obviously FAA is going to do everything that they can to make sure that American people, American families are safe. Get Karen.
When the White House found out last Thursday that the secretary was in the hospital, did somebody ask the Pentagon why and not get an answer from the Pentagon?
I don't have any specifics to share. What we know, what we can tell you is that, as you know, the Pentagon is going to do a review on their process, and that is something obviously we welcome, a 30-day review, and that's what we want to see, and we'll get a sense of how the process went, and so. You know, that's something that obviously is important. And you saw, as I stated at the top, the Chief of Staff put a memo that went to agencies on making sure that we take a good look at the process here. But
beyond the process, just from a human aspect of this, when Jake Sullivan and then Jeff Zients and then the president here that Secretary Austin's in the hospital, didn't they ask why is he in the hospital? How did the president not know until this morning that it was cancer? How did 5 days go without knowing the diagnosis?
That is something that we're trying to find.
No,
I hear you, but that is something that we are going to get a sense of this process, right? That's why they're going to do a review. That's why the Pentagon's going to do a review. That's why the Chief of Staff put out a memo to to the cabinets on protocols here to get a sense of how they've been moving with this process and how we're going to continue to move forward. We do not want this to happen again, obviously, but you know, we're going to get a better sense once the Pentagon does the 30-day review to see how this occurred. Obviously, this is not something we want to see. In the meantime, we want to make sure that Secretary Austin gets back on his feet and recovers, and I think that's really important too.
You see what I mean? Just like kind of on a human level. And the president here
and
is
Karen,
in the hospital
Karen,
again.
I totally understand. I totally understand the question. I totally understand the question. I get it. I get you're wanting to know what was the reaction, the emotional reaction of folks here in kind of the chain of command, right? Once they learned about the secretary's hospitalization. I get the question. I don't have reactions, right? Emotional reactions to how folks here felt when they learned about this. I just can't speak to that. What I can speak to is that we want to make sure that we have a process, protocols, robust protocols, because we've always said transparency is at the center of this administration. We want to make sure how these agencies move forward, that there's a robust protocol in place, and that's what we're asking. By the Chief of Staff, Zients, sent a memo to agencies, so we have a sense of how are they going to move forward with these types of situations or issues. And again, Pentagon is going to do their review. They announced that yesterday. It's going to be a 30-day review, and we'll have a better sense of the timeline here and what happened, what occurred. Ed?
Yeah, thanks, Green. When will the president hold another solo news conference?
I don't have anything to preview at this time.
On communications within the administration, the last cabinet meeting was 3 months ago. So does the president know where his cabinet members are and what they're doing?
The president is in regular touch, and not just the president. Obviously, there are folks here, whether it's the Office of Cabinet Affairs, other folks here in the White House that is in regular touch with certainly leaders of the different cabinets on a regular basis. And I just don't have anything else to share. But you know, the president, obviously this is his cabinet and talks to them on a regular basis. I just don't have a specific timeline or specifics on when that happens.
On the Alaskan Airlines flight, we've all seen those pictures. Where's the transportation secretary? Shouldn't he be out reassuring Americans that it's safe to travel?
Well, you saw the secretary for weeks and days talking about how how the airlines were being held to account, and how we were in a different place certainly than we were last year during the holiday seasons, and we saw the secretary out there pretty in a robust way. And so look, the secretary, I'm sure I can speak for him right now and say that of course he wants to make sure Americans feel safe flying. That is certainly part of his responsibility, and so he certainly can speak to that himself. But he has been very, very clear about that. Secretary has been very clear about that over the past 3 years of this administration, making sure that there is safety, that we meet those safety protocols, Americans feel safe flying, and that is the #1 priority, certainly of FAA.
One more on the economy, if I could. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon told Fox Business that the extra COVID assistance runs out in 2024, higher credit card balances. He says the chances of a recession are higher than a soft landing. How concerned is the president?
Look, I appreciate the question. I'm actually glad you asked the question because, look, last year forecasters said with 100% certainty that there would be a recession. 100% certainty. That's what you heard over and over and over last year. That didn't happen. And the president never thought that we needed to have a recession to bring inflation down. He never thought that. And he was right. And just a couple of things. I know you like data. 2.7 million jobs created last year, more than any year under the previous administration. Unemployment below 4% for 23 months in a row, and the longest stretch in over 50 years. Inflation fell to 2% over the last 6 months, and wages and wealth are higher than before the pandemic. And that is not consistent with a recession. That, remember, and you were asking me this question over and over again. They said there was going to be a recession. They said there was going to be a recession, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen. So I will quote Secretary Yellen here, what she said yesterday, which is, what we're seeing now, I think we can describe as a soft landing. Okay, go ahead.
Can you give us any information about what's on tap for tomorrow?
I don't have anything to preview. I'm sure the team will be sending out our regular, what the next day is going to look like for the president. Just don't have anything to preview for tomorrow. I just previewed what the president's going to certainly be doing on Friday, going to Allentown, and we'll have more on that as well. So I'll just leave it there. I'm going to try and, there's some folks in the back that I haven't called.
Yes. The ones you love quote so much.
All right, go ahead, Steve.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, James. I've got
my other favorite person.
I've got two questions.
Yeah.
The first one, the first son's art dealer today was testifying on the Hill, and he said that he did not have any talks with White House officials about setting up a supposed agreement to ensure that the buyer's IDs were anonymous, and that in fact many of the IDs were known. There was reporting during the president's first year in office that some White House officials were engaged with setting up this supposed agreement. Could you just clarify what the case was?
I'm just not going to comment from here. I would refer you to my colleagues at the White House legal office. I just don't have anything to share.
The second one, just a plug for a request for Ian Sams to perhaps take questions one day.
Well, you have full access. You have access to Ian Sams. He's very good at responding to all of you and taking your questions. So, I think that's important. He's been very, very good at connecting with everyone in this room who has questions like you have about anything that is related to what you just asked.
My second question.
Third question.
Well, my second question is that we have new reporting that the mayor of Kiev, the sitting mayor Vitaly Klitschko, was involved with a business entity called Burisma Geothermal that was formerly chaired by the first son when he was the second son. The president met with the mayor multiple times, of course, over the years, and I was hoping that you could say whether the president knew about this business relationship during their meetings.
I would refer you to the White House counsel's office. Go ahead, James.
Thank you very much, Karine. With respect to the incident involving Secretary Austin, from your statements and those of Admiral Kirby, we learned today that President Biden expresses full faith and confidence in this cabinet officer, even though neither the president nor anyone else on his staff yet knows why Secretary Austin violated the existing rules and withheld this information. Is it the posture of the president that Secretary Austin's motivation is irrelevant to the president's estimation of him in this incident?
What I will say is, and we have said this many times, is that Secretary Austin put out a statement taking full responsibility of what has unfolded over the last couple of days, and the president appreciates that. I have the statement right in front of me, but I'm sure you've seen it. And one of the things that's in here, he said, is I also understand the media concerns about transparency. And I recognize I could have done a better job ensuring the public was appropriately informed. I commit to doing better. But it is important to say this is my medical procedure, and I take full responsibility for my decisions about disclosure. So, Secretary took full responsibility. I think that is important to note. We appreciate that he's taken full responsibility. And one of the things that I've stated multiple times at this podium in the past couple of minutes is that the Pentagon is going to do a full review. We're going to let that review happen. It's going to take about 30 days, as they stated in their memo. And also we're going to take extra steps here, as we've stated with the memo, as I've stated with the memo that the Chief of Staff sent out to agencies.
Just to follow on this before I pose an unrelated second question, the motivations on the part of the Secretary for doing this are unknown to the President. And you're telling us there's going to be a 30-day review, et cetera. Shouldn't the expression of full faith and confidence in this cabinet officer await the results of that investigation? And also, isn't it a key piece of information for the President to know why Secretary Austin did this before he expresses full faith and confidence?
I think one of the things that's so important, and we don't see this enough in today's world, is for someone to take responsibility. Is for someone to actually say, I made a mistake and I take full responsibility. And I think that's important here. I'm not going to speak to that. I'm going to speak to the action of taking responsibility here, and I think that's important. And the president appreciates that. And the admiral laid out some of the things or actions and that the secretary has taken over the last 2 years, that has been very helpful and that has really played into his leadership as Secretary of the Defense. And so he has done a really a stellar job in that position. The president appreciates the job that he's done, and he's taken responsibility, and I think that's important here as well.
On this event Friday in Allentown, Pennsylvania, that you just disclosed to us, you've told us that it's going to be a speech about Bidenomics. How ought the so-called ordinary American at home to distinguish between official events and political events in this season? I've done this long enough to know that the president's remarks in Allentown on Friday are going to sound an awful lot like a campaign appearance. So what distinguishes an official event from a campaign event at this point?
I mean, we've been very clear. When there's been a campaign event, I've said it's a campaign event, and you have to go to the campaign, right, to get information. And usually a campaign event comes from the campaign. And so that's very clear. That is very clear. So I don't know how else we could be more clearer than that. And we'll have more on what Friday will look like, and we will certainly share that with all of you. And we've been clear. Campaign event comes from the campaign. They lead those events. They speak to those events. And we have been very careful to let that live with the campaign.
But the answer you've given me suggests that the same event can transpire with exactly the same words and actions. Hang on, twice in a row, identically. But if one is organized by the White House, it's an official event, and if one is organized by the campaign, that's a campaign event.
So I want to be very clear here. What we're doing has been done by other presidents. It really, when there's a re-election for a president, there tends to be a campaign event and there tends to be an official event. That is not unusual. The way that we have moved forward with this process over the last couple of weeks, right, as we're in 2024, we're not doing anything different. We're not doing anything new. This is a protocol that has been existing for some time. So I'm just not going to get into go down a rabbit hole with you. We're not doing anything different. We're being very clear and following the protocol. I'm going to move around. I'm being pulled here, but go ahead.
Tomorrow, House Republicans plan to hold an impeachment hearing against Mayorkas. What's the White House response to that?
Look, I've spoken to this many times, and I've said before, the House Republicans are playing political games instead of doing their jobs. That's what they're doing. And it's really shameful. It's really shameful that this is how they choose to what they choose to focus on. Truly. What the American people want to see is Congress to deliver, and House Republicans continue to do these political stunts, and they want to play political games. And so it is shameful. What we want to see, what Americans want to see, is real results to the issues that American people have across the country.
And any more details you can provide on the sticking points right now in the border talks? Parole has been mentioned by negotiators.
No, I totally get the question. Not going to get ahead of the negotiators. I'm going to let them have those conversations. Obviously, if I say anything, then I'm stepping into their process, and we don't want to do that. It is what we have said is we believe that process is headed in the right direction, and we appreciate that both Republicans and Democrats are coming together and trying to find a solution to what we see at the border. And the president has always said we need to see a bipartisan agreement on an issue that has existed for decades. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
You heard is what we're hearing all the time. Is, I might have been leaning Trump, but what I heard tonight, there's a lot of good stuff I'm hearing. And so now I'm leaning Ron DeSantis. And so I've been getting asked by a lot of you about where do you see the race. I still think it's going to be a good night on Monday night for Governor DeSantis. One is, as he put in the Fox town hall, that he's done the caucuses the old-fashioned way. Iowans respect that. Iowans don't like being discredited, as Governor Ambassador Haley said, that Iowa starts it, but New Hampshire corrects it. But they do like a guy that says, I'm going to go to all 99 counties. I'm going to answer all your questions. Not just a Fox News town hall or a CNN town hall, but your questions, whether it's Grundy County or Sioux County or Appaloosa County, wherever it is, I want to answer your question. And so what we've seen with this guy, obviously, he mirrors a lot of what Governor Reynolds has done in the state of Iowa, and she's given her condition of the state tonight. We've seen his leadership in the state of Florida. And I think what he has done, he's earning Iowa's votes. So don't be surprised if the polls are not right on Monday night. And I think one of a great endorser that you guys have seen around a lot as well is Congressman Chip Roy from Texas, giving his validating support to why he believes Governor DeSantis should be the next president. So Chip Roy.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Well, thank you all for coming out here, and I wish my friend Thomas Massey was here. We've been traveling around the state together with the governor, and we've been getting great support. Truly, the only endorsement that's going to matter is going to be the endorsement of the people of Iowa next Monday. And I think a whole lot of people are going to be surprised. We've been covering a great deal of the state, despite some of the misreporting and some of the fact-checking that needs to be done. The governor's actually, in fact, gone to 99 counties and had over 200 events across the state. And it shows. It shows. You saw it in the questioning tonight in the audience. I see it throughout the state where people show up and they say, well, gosh, I kind of thought I might be with President Trump or I might be with somebody else. And they listen to Governor DeSantis and they recognize leadership when they see it. They recognize somebody you want to see in the Oval Office that your son or your daughter, in my case, my 14-year-old son, my 12-year-old daughter, can look up to. Somebody that they can follow. Somebody that they can emulate. Somebody they can be proud of. Somebody that'll get the job done, right? Because we want somebody in the White House that you want to follow as a human and who they are, but also what they do. And that's resounding strongly with the people of Iowa. Polls don't decide this, and the people of Iowa, quite frankly, are offended by the idea that polls do. It takes the hard work. When Casey and I and others were traveling throughout southeast Iowa yesterday, I love meeting in a coffee shop with 25 people. I love sitting down, and you'd get like 10 people in there that were undecided, and they leave there decided. And they've decided that they're supporting Governor DeSantis. And when we get there on caucus night, and we're all out there, and we're talking to the folks of Iowa that night, all of the hard work of the last 9 months, a year, that's when it's going to show. It's going to demonstrate that this is the guy that needs to be in the Oval Office. This is the guy this country needs to have a vision for 8 years going forward and can serve. And that's where the people of Iowa are, and I'm really proud to go travel around with them. Governor DeSantis.
Okay. Well, thanks so much. Thanks to Bob. Thanks to Chip. Appreciate your support. We've had an interesting day today. I mean, I was back in Tallahassee this morning, declared a state of emergency because we had a lot of tornadic activity coming through northwest Florida and going across northern Florida. We delivered the State of the State address to open up the legislative session. We did a briefing at the Emergency Operations Center. Got on a plane, flew into Des Moines, saw the snow. Then just did the Fox News town hall. We're in good shape in Florida with everything. We marshaled resources, and fortunately, a lot of those resources did not end up needing to be deployed. There was some damage, no fatalities as of my briefing right before the town hall, which is a very, very good sign. And we had a great time tonight. I mean, we had some guests that came to try to make it on the stage, but that's just the way this stuff rolls. It's not the first time that's happened, but we were able to answer a lot of questions from Iowans. And you had people that were leaning one way. They come, they hear, and then they lean the other way. And I think that's what we've seen. So some of the stuff about, like a Trump, he's the known commodity. I mean, it's kind of the default. Now, clearly, he's got some very strong people. But I think a lot of the stuff you see in the polls are people like, okay, We know him. We like Governor DeSantis. We just don't know, I don't know as much about him. So when we're out there, now that they're paying attention, we've got a great opportunity, over the rest of this week through Monday, to be able to bring those leaners in for a landing as we go. Have a great organization. I mean, massive numbers of people have already committed to caucus. We've got people. It's interesting. There's people from all over this country who are coming to volunteer to help turn out the vote. People that just have been supporters of mine in other states. They're paying their own way. They're just showing up for our office, and they're going to go knock on doors. I got a bunch of people from Tallahassee coming, members of the Florida legislature, people in the administration, former people in the administration, paying their own way, wanting to come up, and then just wanting to do that. I don't think any other candidate has that type of enthusiasm, because, I mean, these are people that have appreciated the leadership that we've provided, down in the state of Florida, and they see that as something that can help get this country in better shape. We're looking forward to doing the debate tomorrow night on CNN. I think that that's going to be broadcast statewide in Iowa on broadcast, is what I was told, which is great. And hopefully we'll get a lot of people to view that as they make their final decisions. But now is, I've noticed since the calendar turned at our events, there's definitely an increased interest. I think people are starting to get off the sidelines and make some decisions. So we're going to maximize every opportunity we have between now and caucus night to get the job done. Okay?
You said President Trump is the default. Are you concerned at all about alienating would-be supporters of yours who like Trump? But you're saying his nomination could cost Republicans the election. Is that offensive to people who support Trump?
No, I mean, you remember the midterm results in 2022. We had the most favorable conditions as Republicans for a midterm, probably in my lifetime. You have a very unpopular president, Joe Biden. You had inflation at 9%, which of course is understating what people were really feeling. You had an open border. You had crime in the cities. You had international problems. You should have just been able to put anyone with a pulse with an R by their name should have been able to win in a competitive state, and we didn't. Barely won the House. And really, New York and Florida were the reason why they won the House. They lost everywhere they needed to. The Senate races, a total disaster. Some of these governors' races. Iowa and Florida were examples of the red wave we thought we would have. And so when that happened, I looked at that and said, okay, why is that the case? I think it's because people don't like the direction of the country. There's a lot of people that want to vote, for Republicans. But I think that there's a lot that are not going to do the Trump stuff. That's just the reality. And we can sit there and try to deny it, but that's been true in all these elections going forward. So the question is if we're right on the policies and we have people that don't like the current direction, the worst thing you want to do is run a candidate that, even though they don't like the direction, they're still going to stick with that direction because of things that have nothing to do with the underlying issues. I think that's the story of the 2022 midterms, and that's one of the reasons why I'm running, because I think I'm the guy that can get us where we need to go, and then actually deliver, as Republicans. Rachel. I don't want the economy to crash because people's livelihoods depend on their 401ks, people's jobs. If the economy crashes, people would get thrown out of work, businesses would go under. I don't want to see that happening. I want people to do well. That's what we've done in Florida. Our economy is performing better than any other state in the country. Our unemployment rate is 60% less than California, for example, 40% less than New York. We now have more manufacturing jobs than the state of New York does. We have more people employed in New York for the first time in history, and people wouldn't expect that given we've got a lot of retirees in the state of Florida. But this is very important for people's lives. They're working hard and they're not able to get ahead. They're working hard, they're doing everything right, and they're falling further and further behind. We want to lift people up. We want to give them an opportunity that hard work will pay off. that, nothing's going to be handed to you, but if you're grinding and you're getting the most out of that God-given ability in America, you can do better. So I want people to do well. I don't want to see people's retirements flushed away. I don't want to see people's businesses fail. I want to see people succeed. And we haven't reached our potential in this country. Florida shows the way. We've bucked a lot of the trends, and we're doing much better. That's the direction we have to go. But it's about lifting people up, not grinding people down. Well, here's the thing. I mean, part of the reason you do the way we've done it, it wasn't like we've invented anything. This is how people have done well in the caucuses in the past. You have, so if you look, I think, and all the people that have won it have done it this way. The people that kind of come in and just, spend tens of millions of dollars and that's kind of it, they tend to underperform. That's just the models that have happened over the years. So I think what's happened on our side is probably the best that anyone's been able to put together. But it isn't like it's been reinventing the wheel. It's just taking what's been done in the past, building off that. And so I think these are the folks, the people that have committed to caucus for us. These people are going to vote. Like they are definite caucus goers. I was in, I mentioned in debate, I was in Sioux Center last week, and I get out of the car, and, this is northwestern Iowa. I figure, like, I'm a Florida boy in January. This isn't, and it was like, it was cold, but there was no wind, and it's like, they said it's 26. I can handle this, right? And then, as soon as I started saying that, they started giving me the weather report for caucus weekend and caucus day, and it's like -10, -12. So that's going to be, I think, a challenge, but I think our voters are the type that are going to come out. They vote. I know Bob, a lot of the people he works, they vote all the time. It doesn't matter the weather. They're going to be there. They're going to caucus. Donald Trump has said he has all the votes he needs. I don't know how that's going to affect some of his folks, but he's basically telling some folks that he's got it. So if it's -12, you may have other options according to him. So I don't know. I want everyone to come out, and that's what we're going to do. Kit? Over the counter, yeah, I think it should be over the counter. In Florida, I think it should be over the counter. I don't think you should need a prescription. And in Florida, through our Department of Health, we do contraception for about over 100,000 people a year, and that's been true every year since I've been governor. Yeah. I think it's disgraceful. Just think about it. You're a parent in the Bronx. Was it Brooklyn or the Brooklyn? You're a parent in Brooklyn. It's a lot. You probably got a lot of single moms who are the breadwinners, so they've got to work during the day. Your kids are supposed to go to school, and then someone tells you, "Sorry, your kids have to stay home." Why? Was there some type of real significant storm or some emergency? Was there a flu outbreak? Well, why are they having to stay home? They're having to stay home because the state government is commandeering, or the city government is commandeering the school to house illegal aliens. You talk about putting Americans last. You're having these kids, you're depriving these kids of in-person education to be able to house people that don't have a right to be here to begin with. That's Joe Biden's America in a nutshell. So I think it's disgraceful that that's happening. But I think this, when I'm president, this immigration stuff, we're building a big consensus in this country because, some of these areas in New York City, these are very liberal voters usually, but they are almost all of them saying this can't go on like this. You can't just have schools overtaken, hospitals overrun, people coming in, we don't even know who they are. So this has been one of Biden, probably the biggest failure, just simply because he has more control over this. There's certain things the president may not have direct control over. He is causing this. He could stop it, and he's choosing not to stop it. You want to just,
here? As the resident Texan here, I thought I might insert a little bit on the border because I'd say sort of welcome to the party for some of the folks that are experiencing this stuff, right? In Texas, we've spent $12.5 billion out of our budget in Texas to do the job of the federal government. And we're dealing with people, and some of you heard me say this before, 6 kids in the school district that my family lives in died from fentanyl poisoning last year. 6 in the school district that we live in. This is having a real impact on real people. And it needs to be said to the question about President Trump, right? I mean, the whole idea of what he's raising, that this whole election, it's about him, right? As opposed to it being about the issues that the American people care about in terms of their jobs, their economy, their livelihoods. In this case, actually solving the problem at the border, not just bluster. Because the former president had ample opportunity multiple times to deal with the border, whether it was birthright citizenship and not signing the executive order that he promised in 2016 to do, whether it was to actually get the wall built and have Mexico pay for it, which didn't happen. But then he signed 12 continuing resolutions after that to keep funding the government that wasn't building the wall, right? Whether it was settling up with Paul Ryan to pass an Amnesty First bill. I mean, this is what the American people are tired of. They're tired of business as usual in Washington. And Governor DeSantis has delivered at every turn. So the reason I'm up here is not because it's some sort of show. I'm up here because I want for my 14-year-old son, my 12-year-old daughter, I want us to solve the problem. And one last point, we talked about the election. Governor DeSantis was the one who sent a plane load of illegal aliens to Martha's Vineyard in September of 2022. And he described how dangerously close that election was. And it was Florida and New York that were the bright spots. The governor saved that election by leading. He saved that election when our polls were in the toilet after Republicans were failing to do their job. That's the kind of leadership that will provide coattails this fall and this November, and it's one of the main reasons that I'm on the campaign trail with him.
I also just, I didn't mention my opening remarks, but I think it's, I did give the State of the State address today in Florida, and I do think if people go back and look at that address, I wasn't like doing a laundry list, you've got to do this session. I was really highlighting the things that we've accomplished, but more important than just passing a piece of legislation or doing this, what are the results of that? So the state of Florida, we've paid down 25% of our debt just since I've been governor. The share, each Floridian share of the state debt's $661. Your share of the national debt as an American is $100,000 per American. We have the lowest per capita debt in the country. We also have the lowest per capita number of state employees per capita, and the cost per state worker per capita is the lowest in the country as well. So, and yet when people come, our infrastructure's good, our schools are good, our crime is low, all these things. And so it just shows you what good leadership and good management can do.
Governor, a big part of Nikki Haley's closing message is that she is the most electable Republican in this race, that she can beat Biden. What do you make of that argument?
You don't win as a Republican when you don't stand for anything. You got to have core convictions. You got to go in bold colors, not pale pastels. That's how you get the people to turn out for you that you need to be able to win. Now I notice, we have identified her saying that her inspiration to run for office was Hillary Clinton. She's now going around saying that that's a lie. She wrote that in her book. She said that she had seen Hillary, that inspired her to run for office and make her voice heard. And so she basically doesn't like to deal with her record, and she just says, you're lying, when literally she's saying that on video and writing it in the book. And so I think that she is kowtowing to folks that are not going to inspire our voters to come out in sufficient numbers to be able to match the Democrats. And I would also point out this, we all have electoral track records. She ran for re-election in one of the reddest states in the country, South Carolina, in 2014. In a huge Republican year, we won 9 U.S. Senate seats in 2014. We picked up some seats in the House, but we already had a pretty big majority. I think that was the highest level in the House we've had in a long time, over 245. And she was running for re-election as governor in one of the reddest states in the country, and she underperformed almost every Republican on the ballot, people like Tim Scott significantly so. So she's been on the ballot, even in a deep red state like South Carolina, major underperformance. I won re-election in Florida by significantly more than she did in South Carolina, and Florida had always been considered a swing state until we did it. We've shown the ability to galvanize our core supporters, win the independents, and do it. But you're not going to do it by being pale pastels. You got to do it by painting in bold colors. That's what we've done in Florida. We've shown the way to do. She has a record of underperforming when it counts. And I also just think this. She had a period where media was fluffing her. Now she's in a situation where she's getting scrutiny. And it's like almost every day she answers questions, something happens where she's putting her foot in her mouth. We all remember how Republican candidates who are elevated by the media in a